On page because it's gonna go right to our main Facebook page.
Hey everyone, it's Jeannie from A1.
Hey, sorry about that. So, do you guys have any questions? They do. So let me tell you which colors I have right now.
How do I find it?
Did you figure that out, Ginny? So I have white, which is the same as, so I've got it in black, I've got it in white, and then I have it in graphite, which is actually this color. So,
Hello.
and then it's got a striped bumper. But yeah, so black, white, and then graphite. They do make them in red as well. I'm just sitting on red right now. It comes, and it's funny. So the attachment it comes with is this same attachment.
We're going to get started in just a minute. This is day 2 of Kimberbell's, well, this is A1 Vacuum and Sewing Sew Along for Kimberbell's 2 Scoops Bench Pillow. And what you should have done is, if you did your homework from last time, is you should have section 1 complete. And this is section 1, and it's so yummy. Let me put this up so you can see the whole thing. And then you should have also had finished these blocks and sewn those together, as well as the banana split and twin popsicle, ice cream bar, and rainbow popsicle. So that was everything from our first sew along. In addition to that, I stitched these out this weekend, and I did those because if you look at our spreadsheet, where's my handy dandy spreadsheet? Here it is. So if you look at our spreadsheet, we did a lot last week. So this was all from last week. And then this is this week. And I started from the bottom. I did the 2 bottom ones so we could start from the top down. And hopefully we'll get through all 5 of these today. I have no idea. Trek looked like it might take a little while. So let's go ahead and get started. So if you look at our spreadsheet, the one we're going to start with is going to be You Scream. And I don't even know if anyone's here. If you're here, if you could just maybe give me a little shout out just to let me know that you're hearing me okay. That would be awesome. You could just drop something into your chat bar. And then I know, hopefully. Yes. So, You Scream. So that's going to be on page 27. If you don't have this, this is something I do for every project. I put together a spreadsheet so all your information or your main information is here. You don't have to go. There we go. Thank you, Cheryl. Awesome. So congratulations again, Miss Cheryl. You're on a winning streak. So this is going to tell you the page 27, our quilting design, our final size, our batting size, and what hoop we're going to be using. So I have my muslin already hooped up. And hi, Miss Carolyn. And everyone always asks me, so I'll just get it out of the way. They always ask me why I use muslin instead of stabilizer. And for me, it's all tactile. Like, I like the way it feels better. And I don't use it in place of no-show mesh all the time. I use it when I'm doing something that has quilting, meaning there's muslin, batting, backing, and then you stitch on top of that because then there's enough support. Otherwise, muslin's usually not a very tight weave and it is not a ton of support, so I don't use it for the rest of the embroidery that I'm doing, but I use it when I'm doing the quilting because that's enough. That's enough when you have the batting, the backing, and the backing has shape flex on it. That's totally going to be enough for you. So let's go ahead and load this up in the machine. I'm going to take this stuff and put this out of the way. This is my little fabric pack right here. That's all we're going to need for this. And I have my thread kit right here too. My 2 scoops thread kit, which makes everything so easy. And like I said before, I'd recommend you keep this, leave it in here so you know which thread set is which thread set. And I also put the numbers and the names of all the thread in here because at some point you're going to have more than one thread set out. And next thing you know, all the threads are mixed up. And that way you know what goes with what when you sort it out. So I'm going to put this over to the side. Let's come on over here. I'm on a Brother Luminaire and I've been struggling with this arm staying. I'm going to go home, embroidery, get my handy dandy thread kit, my spreadsheet out. I'm going to load in the Quilting Design first, which is lines 5 and the 4x6. So I'm going to go in here, my USB and lines 5, embroidery file. And I just took the PES from the block by block, and we want the 4x6 size. Sometimes it'll have 4x6 vertical and horizontal. This one, it doesn't make a difference. I'm going to go ahead and set it. The other thing I like to do, you can see these lines here. That's for my 10.5 by 10.5 inch hoop. I like to go up here and select my hoop size. I'm using a 5x7, so I know exactly how much room I have to use. And then we're going to add to that the You Scream design. So, I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream. Okay, where's You Scream? We scream, and there's You Scream. So go ahead and add that. Go ahead and hit set. And then you want to check your directions, and you want to see if you are in the right place. Because sometimes they want you to move the design, but you're going to see right here that it says align block embroidery file with the Quilting Design so that both are centered. We're both centered right here as long as you didn't move it one way or the other. If you hit embroidery and take it to the next screen, it's going to group it. So I'm going to go ahead, hit embroidery. It's grouped together, and I'm just using a leftover piece, so I'm just going to leave it right where it is. And you want it on the layout so we can see what we're stitching. And let's go ahead and put our frame on. I have a white pre-wound bobbin in there. And I like to choose the color that's going to be the first color that makes a difference. So this is our background quilt, our background fabric. So we're going to quilt on top of this. So I'm just going to grab the pink. So here's my pink, and I'll do all the first steps with this. That way it's loaded, because for the first steps it doesn't make a difference. We're going to do a placement line for our batting. We're going to put our batting down. We're going to put our background fabric down, and then we will do our quilting. I usually skip this step for placement of the background fabric because you know where it's going to go. All right, let's see if we can get this here. And go ahead and, let me grab my loop. Hit start, and this is a placement stitch for your batting. Now, I brought my spray tent, so I'm going to take this piece, my batting piece, and I'm going to take my background piece, and I'm going to give them a shot of spray to the back. Don't forget your back for your batting is the side that's going to be bumpier and nubbier. The rougher side. Ooh. Okay, if you can help it, don't spray at your machine. I have a spray tent here. This is made by Dime, and I have a little piece of cardboard that I put in it because mine's a little cockeyed. But that's kind of nice because when it gets too gross, I can just take out that piece of cardboard and put the new piece of cardboard in it. So I'm going to grab my background, and I'm going to put it right over that pink line and make sure I cover the whole thing. Give it a little press down to your tack down, and then you're going to get a pair of scissors because you're going to trim it. I'll just use these double curved. or I'll use these double curved. I love double curved. I have them in 2 different sizes, and these are made by Primore. And then go ahead and trim. You're going to trim all that excess batting off. And I always tell people, I want you to challenge yourself to learn and just try it to cut with both hands. Because I feel like that makes my life so much easier. I can cut easy things with my right hand. I couldn't cut anything too complicated. All right, your next step, I'll give you a minute. I know I'm a fast cutter. Your next step's going to be the placement line for your fabric, but literally your fabric is going to get centered over the batting, so I always skip this step. So this is my placement line. I'm going to go right here, and I'm going to hit forward, and that's going to be my tack down. So I'm going to grab my background fabric, and I'm just going to center it over this. Take off my tape. And I usually feel around it. I'm going to press that down, and now I'm going to go ahead and do the tack down. If that's confusing for you, then just do the placement and then the tack down. You don't have to skip any steps. But you know where that's going. And if you look at your screen, it's going to tell you what's next right there. Sometimes I forget, and I would get right into the embroidery and I would skip my quilting stitches. So I try to look at the screen each time just to make sure my mind hasn't gone ahead. So now we're doing the quilting stitch. And the next thing you're going to do after that is we are going to stitch the pole design in black. So get your black thread ready. Sometimes I'll put a matching black bobbin in just to make sure I don't see any white peeking out. It's up to you if you want to do that. I think this one's a quickie. It's not too much going on with this one. then after you do this, we're going to stitch the banner placement line. So you should have a yellow piece of felt that looks like this. Go ahead and give it a little shot of spray to the back. I found that I was able to lay mine down this way, and I only used maybe about 2/3 of it, or maybe a little bit more than a half. So why don't I, before I spray it and get spray all over it, I'm going to do the placement line first. And so grab a yellow. Maybe it's just the three of us, ladies. So I have this light buttery yellow. I'm going to put this on. And first I'm going to do the placement stitch. And let's see how big that banner is. I love these colors of felt that they have. They put them in the kits, but they haven't made them available for us to buy. But they're just so pretty and buttery and high quality. Like, everything about them is really, really nice. So here we go. This is the placement stitch. Actually, is that the placement stitch? This is, oh wait, sorry, we never even did the black. I'm sorry, I'm ahead of myself. I thought we'd already done the black. I put it in, I got it ready, and then didn't even do it. So I'm going to go back to the beginning of that. I looked at that and that was not right. I'm just going to leave my white bobbin in because there's lots of stuff in between to kind of keep it in place. Sorry about that. Hope you didn't do that with me. And I have a little seam ripper. I'm just going to take that out. It wouldn't be a sew along with Jeannie if I didn't make some kind of mistake. Although, I've been pretty good lately. As soon as it started stitching, I thought, that doesn't look like a placement line. That looks like a satin stitch. Okay, that should be good enough. All right, let me slide that back on and let's do, it looks like, hi, Miss Audrey. How was LA? I want to be Audrey. I want to travel. Okay. So there's the top of the flagpole, and here's the bottom of the flagpole. This is the pole detail, and then we will put the yellow in. I like that you have your priorities straight, Audrey. Straight from the airport, in the sewing room, stitching out. I don't even know if you're stitching out. Did you do a girls trip? Okay, let me look. Yes, I'm looking at, and I just told you to look at your screen to make sure you're on the part that you think you're on. Now it's showing me on my screen the outline of the little flag or the banner, the bannery flag. You probably haven't had time to sew, Audrey, because you've been like traveling all over. That's the life. Get out and live it. Okay, that looks better. How wide is this? That's good. I'm just going to go ahead and spray this on the top part. You don't want to get crazy with your spray. And this is going to be a trim as desired. So you want to make sure you leave, I don't know, like 1/2 inch all the way around. Am I covering that top part? Yes, I am. I'm going to slide that back on. And now it's going to do the tack down. And it's going to do some decorative stitching too. And then we'll trim. So this is step number 3, and it says, stitch the banner, tack down line, end detail, trim felt as desired. And you know me, and I say this every single time, but anytime it says trim as desired, I'm going to use my curve straight. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that we have a curved straight pair of hair because I didn't bring my scissors from home. Yes, we do. I'm trying to make it so like everything I use at home is here too. I did all the blocks before I left because I thought you were doing this yesterday. Putting the blocks together. I love this project. I love it too. I absolutely love it. I know, you know what? I wanted to do it yesterday, but then I couldn't just because, so did you do yours yesterday or you did it, oh, you did it before you left? I wanted to do it yesterday because I was at home and it just, I don't know. It makes it easier for me to be at home and not thinking about everything else that goes on at the store. But Patrick wasn't there and I didn't know how to set it up to do the simulcast, and I have some people that can't do Facebook, that, you know, they could. I have some people that don't do Facebook, that's what I should say. So, and I'm totally fine with that. So I try to do it on both. It sounded like my thread broke, which it did. Let's see what happened there. And if it breaks again, I will put in a new needle. I have no idea what needle I have in here. Just sat down and started stitching. So I'm going to go back. Let's start there. Okay, we're going to go ahead and trim. Then we go ahead and we stitch out the block and we're done with this one. We're going to just like be cruising. All right. So as desired, I like to leave about 1/8 of an inch around this. If you stitch with me, you'll notice I don't like removing the hoop from the machine. I try to do all my cutting with my hoop on the machine, but for this kind of stuff where there's lots of turning, then I take it off. I'm lazy.
I didn't hear your response. Invisifill. Invisifill. So that's going to be back over here.
No, it's under the deco bob.
What did you say, Jean?
Under the deco bob.
Right. I got to get over there. Actually over here behind all these boxes.
All right. Once you're done with that, you know, you can, oh, did you see my camera? Sorry about that. Went totally cockeyed. I'm going to put a black bobbin in just because my hoop's off anyways. And I don't think I really need it, but I'm just going to put it in.
Yes, we're getting ready.
Let me take out my white thread, and this is going to be 4 minutes of stitching. And go ahead and stitch out You Scream. And we'll get ready for the next block. this one, you are gonna, the next one, which is gonna be the cart. It looks like we have coffee on our, don't know what that is. So cart, top of the cart, this is the cart fabric, batting, and background. So this is what you're gonna need, you need next. So just get that ready. It should be waiting in the wings. Alright, so I was just looking ahead and that big love watching. I received my order for now I have received the instructions. Hope that you can. Hey Betty, so as far as the design, we purchased those. The first time we can purchase the designs for the whoops. What was that? That didn't sound right. The first time we can, I'm going to check everything. The first time we can purchase the designs is going to be on the 1st of June. So I have an alarm set for 7 o'clock, and that sounded like something, it didn't like something. So I have an alarm set for 7 o'clock. So at 7 o'clock, I'll start putting all your names in, and then you'll get the design directly from Kimberbell. I think it's okay. I'm going to go back 10. It's cute, isn't it, Betty? All right. So, like I was saying, I usually stitch this from home, and guess what? My brown leather is at the house. So, I am going to run and see if I can find a brown that I can use for the ice cream. It's not going to be, I would open brown leather if we had it, but they don't even sell it. We can't even buy it yet. So, I will be right back. Let me find some brown. I always hate stepping away because, you know, that's when something goes wrong. So, what do you think, ladies? I think I should just do brown glitter, huh? Because it needs to be at least a little spectacular. That's it. We are done with this one. Let's go ahead and hoop up for the next one. I can't believe I don't have all my stuff. Alrighty. Let's see what hoop we need for the next one. Get your handy dandy spreadsheet out. We're going to be doing the cart and 7.5 by or 8 by 12. So I'm just going to use the 8 by 12 for this one. So let me grab my 8 by 12. And I brought all sorts of this is like my brand new filming arm, and for some reason it doesn't want to hold everything in place. Okay, I brought all my muslin because I cut it in all different sizes, and my 8 by 12. Here we go. That looks like it's cut for my 8x12. Ladies, if you haven't gotten your kits for this, you should get your kits for this. We're going to do that June 22nd. Flamingo Beauties. That's what that one's called. I'm bringing back the best of Kimberbell. Because we have people that have only been, I've been doing Kimberbell for a long time now. Back in my day. Okay. So, let me go ahead and pull my wrinkles out. Here we go. I'm going to take this over to the machine. That one's from 2020, so it's not from that long ago, even though we're already in 2022. But, I mean, there's some really great designs that we did in 2017, 2018. There's like some fun stuff. So when I can squeeze it in, I'm going to squeeze it in. We'll do, I don't know how we can squeeze it in, right? I am so excited for Cup of Chair. I can't even tell you. I cannot wait. All right, let's load our design first. Let me grab my sheet. Oh my goodness, maybe we'll get all 5 designs that I have planned for today done. And then we can just stitch it together. Okay, for this one, ice cream cart, we're using lines 5 again. I don't even check this, so hopefully my list is right. And we want lines 5. The size we want is going to be 6x8. Here's my 6x8. And then we want the cart. So let's add, and I'm going to change my hoop size. Let me change it to my 8x12. And we're looking for the cart. And let's just make sure the cart is centered to this. Let's look at our instructions on page 28. I'm really mad I forgot my leather because it's so cute. Okay, so following the machines, okay, a line block embroidery file with the quilting design so both are centered. So we don't have to do anything else. They're both centered, and we are just going to hit embroidery. And I'm going to scoot that all the way up because we have all of this unused muslin there. So I'm going to go ahead and hit move. And my hoop is on my machine, so I don't have to worry about it going any further. It's as far up as it can go. All right, you ready, ladies? Go ahead, and I brought a phone in here in case they were desperate because it's just the boys and Patrick and I. Michelle gets back tomorrow. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do the placement stitch for the batting, but let's look at our background fabric. Cart. It's the green, so that's what I'm going to put in right now because that's the first color that makes a difference. It'll be the quilting. Let me take out the black that I had in there. And you are going to give your batting a little shot of spray as well as your background fabric. Go ahead and spray both of those. And here's your placement for your batting. I love my spray tent. I absolutely love it. Hi, Miss Anna. We're having a great Tuesday. Stitching with the ladies. Okay, go ahead and put your batting down. Make sure you cover that whole area. and then stitch it down and then get ready to trim. Betty, you got your shipment so fast. Friday we'll be stitching out that beautiful towel. And if you don't have the kit, you can join us too. You could join us and just get the embroidery design, and you could do that design on like a tote or a t-shirt or whatever you feel like putting it on. All right, let's go ahead and trim it. Let's use the bigger ones. I'm used to Patrick wanting to go to bed so early, but last night he could not stop watching Stranger Things. He just loves that show. It must be these that were better. I don't know if any of you are watching it, but I think it's kind of fun because it's like in the 80s. So they have all this like product placement and music from the 80s and all sorts of stuff. Miss Cheryl says, oh, I thought I emailed you, Cheryl. So the June design isn't available until June. So I will, I can't even purchase it because I have to purchase it for all of the ladies that have purchased it. I have to purchase it from Kimberbell for all the ladies who purchase it from me. So my alarm is set for 7 a.m. to remind me, and I'll go ahead and do all of those, and then they get sent out immediately. So maybe check around 8 a.m. and you should have the designs, but I can't send them out before then. I can't even get them before then. So just check. If they should be there tomorrow, June 1st. Whoops. Here we go. I know a lot of ladies have asked. I think they're excited. And I posted the video. The video's on YouTube. I should send it out to you ladies too. I can't remember if I added it. All right. Next thing we're going to do, or next thing I'm going to do, is I'm going to skip the next step, which is placement line for the fabric. I'm going to do the tack down. I want to lay down my fabric, my background fabric. And you want to make sure it covers the entire piece of batting. So a lot of times I'll fold it in quarters to find my center. I put my finger on what I think is the center, and then I'll open it up. Because I'm not centered to the hoop anymore. Remember, I moved my design up so I could save my muslin. Okay, I'm going to do the tack down. If you haven't put green in yet, you could put it in now, but quite honestly, whatever color you put in right now doesn't make a difference. Because this is going to be like approximately the cut line for your block. And it'll be in the seam. My eyes going crazy. For a second I thought that my foot was moving. It's just me, ladies, just me. Okay, this is the quilting stitch. Color makes a difference here. You don't have to do the green, but I feel like other colors kind of take away from the embroidery. But it'd be kind of fun. You could do some kind of variegated. after it's done doing the quilting, then we're going to get into, the first thing's going to be the cone rack fill. And I think, I'm just looking at this and looking at the marks they have on it. Oh my goodness, you know what, ladies? This looks like we have to swing around the design. I'm just looking at that, and the design is definitely, the block is horizontal, longer horizontal. So I'm going to just do this part, and then we're not going on. We're going to have to go back and put the design in. Am I looking at that right? Right? Because it needs to be the other direction. And I have mine vertical. Okay. After this, we're going to actually return out of here. And we're going to have to put the design back in. Don't stitch it with the ice cream cart. Going vertical, we have to swing it around and make it go horizontal. Alright ladies, if you're just joining us, I loaded my cart in wrong. So after it does this quilting, I'm going to go ahead and go back and reload the design. So the design is not up and down like this, but it's this way. So the top of the design isn't pointing this direction, but it's pointing that direction. That's okay. And we can learn how to deal with situations like that. Okay, don't keep stitching because look at my design. My design is going vertically and it needs to go this way. So what I'm going to do is hold my filming arm so it doesn't tilt. I'm going to hit return and I'm going to center both of these first. So I'm going to go edit, move, center, And I'm going to touch the design behind it and center that. And then I'm going to go okay. And that's my quilting design. And I can't touch the design behind it, so I have to use my select buttons. So do you see how the red dots are right around my cart? I'm going to rotate it, and I'm going to rotate it to the left one, just like that. And now we're good to go. I'm not going to move anything else. I'm just going to say okay. I'm going to hit embroidery. I'm going to hit layout, and I'm going to move, and I'm going to move this straight up. And actually, I could have gotten rid of, well, I wanted that because I want it to be centered to my quilting design. And then I'm going to say okay, and I have to fast forward. So now I'm going to go through all this stuff. And if you need me to walk you through this and you're on here and you have any questions, there's my quilting. And now we're ready to get started with the embroidery. This is what your design should look like. So I had it loaded incorrectly, but now I have it loaded correctly. So I'm going to go ahead and let me take this thread out. I'm going to put in my gray. And this is the ice cream holder. So everyone has their design the right direction now, hopefully. And if you need help, why are we rotating? We're rotating because I was looking at this, Carolyn, and the design is supposed to be, the fabric's supposed to be horizontal with the cart horizontal. Do you see that? So if we put it the other way, we're not going to have enough fabric when we trim it. It needs to be trimmed this direction. So it needs to be 8.5 long and 6.5 tall. So I had put it in vertically where it'd be 6.5 long and 8.5 tall, but when we go to sew it all together, it's not going to look right. You good with that? Do you need me to walk you through it one more time on how to reload it? Because you want to go back to the other screen, center both of them, and then come back and move them. So, or you can, because you want to bring it in and center it to your quilting stitches. So I would keep the quilting design, although we fast forwarded through all of that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and thread this. Because I looked at the design and I was kind of looking here where it was vertical. But when I finally looked down here, how we were going to trim it, I thought, oh, wait a minute. I need to rotate that. Okay. I'm threaded up. My machine was too noisy to hear you. Do you have it now? You good? I would go to the, you could rotate. No, you can't rotate it from your embroidery screen. You have to go back to the previous screen because the embroidery screen groups everything and will rotate everything. So just make sure you go back to the previous screen. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and start stitching this. This is going to be the ice cream cone holders, and they're in gray. And then you're going to also stitch the cart handle and pole design with the gray. And then we'll stitch black. Yeah, so it said it, I was so focused on this right here that I didn't even look right here above it where it said to rotate the block embroidery file counterclockwise 90 degrees. So sorry. I missed that when we loaded everything. Okay, this is going to be grade 2, so I'm just going to go ahead and hit start. And we're going to be putting these up after we do the wheels, so go ahead and spray these in your spray tent or your spray box, spray them to the back. And after this, you want to get your black thread ready. You're going to do black for the wheel and spokes detail. All right, let me go ahead and put my black thread in. Now it's going to do the wheel. And it looks fine. I was just checking to see if I wanted to change it out to a black bobbin. This is going to be 4 minutes of stitching. I'm just going to let it go and I'm going to go grab some brown glitter. I will be right back, ladies. stitches and melt it. Okay, ladies, I'm semi-heartbroken that I don't have my my brown leather with me. So to accommodate my broken heart, because it's all about me, don't forget, I'm gonna do ice cream sandwich last today, and that way I can do melted truck and ice cream sandwich, and I'm gonna get to the point where the leather goes on, and then I'm probably going to finish that at home and I can film it. But that brown leather is like delicious. It looks just like the chocolate on your ice cream. And I can do the brown glitter, but it's just not the same. Okay, I'm going to take out my black right now, and I'm going to put in my, let's see, I'm going to put in my light pink. Let's go light pink. Or I'm going to go medium pink. So there's a light, like ballerina pink, almost mauve-y pink. And then there's this medium pink. First thing we're going to do is this is going to be placement, stitch the awning, placement line. And then we're going to grab our awning, which is the brown and white awning fabric. That's really what it's called too. It's called awning. Like when I go and buy it. Okay, so let's go ahead and place our fabric down. I'm going to slide this down a little bit so I can see. Make sure you don't have this, that it's not going down cockeyed, because you just don't want it to be, well, you could do it diagonal. I guess you can do whatever you want to do. So this is the tack down. This is step number 5. And then you're going to trim your fabric close to that stitch line. I'm going to use my snips for this. All right, go ahead and trim it. I feel like this is my snips. I get the closest with my snips. Hey, Patrick?
Yeah, Leanne, Jubilee, is that just the save sale?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Hey there. So that actually went out in today's mail Friday, so you should see that next week. And then it was 15 for the rest of Kimberbell Neighbor Series, and then $8.99 shipping. Let me make sure. Had you paid for shipping already with the
No.
thing that I was shipping you on Friday?
No, Patrick. cute is that? All right, after you're done with that, did I just do that super fast, or do you cut just as fast as me? That's just me switching, because I don't have to turn it at all, because I can just snip with that instead. These are good to practice with, because you're just squeezing. It's not like you have to have like mad skills to cut with your snips. Okay, next thing we're going to do is we're going to do the cart placement line, and I'm still going to leave that light pink in, because the light pink is the next color we're actually going to stitch with. And you want to get your, I don't know, is this fuchsia? You want to get your fuchsia piece of fabric. That's going to go down next. Mine's already sprayed and ready to go. This is my placement line. And here is my tack down. Okay, and then go ahead and trim this. Okay, first thing it's going to do, so have that pink in. I feel like I didn't get this super close. Is it's going to do the stitching around the awning. So if you don't have your pink in, put it in right now. And it is going to stitch the awning satin outline. Let me go ahead and slide my hoop on. And then you need a color to match this, because then it'll do the outline for that. And then we're done. This one was really quick too. After this, I'm going to do melted. questions. I was supposed to get it sooner according to them, and they revised it to just glad that it got here. I'm so glad it got there too, so you can do the class with us, because the class I think is going to be super fun. It was really fun cutting out all the pieces, putting them together, and just how it just came out so beautifully. You're going to love it. It's such a fun project. The tags on my scissors. I did do this. Should I give you a quickie lesson on how I did this? After this one stitches out, I'm going to give you a quickie lesson on how to make these. Because it was so easy, and it's a feature on your machine you probably have never used before. So I'll do like a really quickie. Do a quickie for you, Betty. Oh, the tassels. So the scissors that have the tassels on them, when I do those classes from home with my set, I put those on there so if I take them here to the store, I'll know which ones are mine. And I don't know if you've heard of Johnny Was, but Johnny Was Los Angeles is a brand. JWALA, and when I get clothing from them, the tassels come on the tag, so I keep the tassels and I use them on my scissors or all my, my sewing supplies. So we have these, the ones that say A1, and then I did little owls too. And the owls were supposed to be barrettes they were barrette patterns that I bought for Violet, and then I started just using them as I just did a whole bunch of them, which took a lot longer than the A1, but I did a whole bunch of them and just use them at the store. All right, now you're gonna go put in this color, which matches perfectly. And we are going to do the satin stitch around the cart. And that is going to be 4 minutes of stitching. And then I'm going to do a little quickie lesson with you. And we're going to stitch out, after we're done with this, we're going to stitch out, was it melted? We're going to do melted first. I know that's out of order. All right. What does it want now? It wants us to do, is that the cover over the wheel? And that's the same color. So just go ahead and hit start. Yay, Cindy, thanks for joining us. You can join late anytime. So, Deanne, you can do one or two things. I don't know if you want to put it on here, but you can send me your email address and I'll send it to you. You can also go to our Facebook page. So if you go to A1 Vacuum and Sewing, and we're in Reno, Nevada, and go to this sew along group, and I think I'm going to go there right now. Let me go there right now. But it's posted there. About tools. I'm looking at it right now to see how far down it is. Just go in there. I wonder if you just type in spreadsheet. Spreadsheet. Yeah. Go to our A1 Vacuum and Sewing page. I'll show you. So here's my computer. And, oops. And it is moving. And then I'm going to go back. Go back. Here's the A1 Sew Along group. And if you go over here to the magnifying, the search bar, and just type in spreadsheet, it will pull up, because I do a spreadsheet for all of them. So here's the spring showers one. Here's the one for 2 scoops. I don't know why there's so many spring showers. I probably changed it as we went. And here's the Sweet Land of Liberty candy corn quilt shop. So I put them in there for each one of them. So you can just go on there and just print it out from there. Okay, so we are done with this. And I'm going to give you a quick mini lesson, and then we'll go ahead and we'll stitch the next one out. Finished embroidering. That's always nice to see that. So, and this is a feature a lot of you have if you have a baby lock or a brother machine. But Betty was asking how I did these. And so how I do them is I'm going to go home just to clear my screen. And this is really kind of cool. I'm going to go embroidery, and I'm going to go ahead and choose my font. I really like this one. And I'm just going to put in A1 and set. Where's my 1? Did I not hit it? So we're going to go A1. There we go. And set. And then I am going to hit edit, and I'm going to put the little applique around it. That's where the orange came from. Applique patch normal. That must be new. You can add a little distance. So it'll move out from there. Say okay. And then I'm going to use this feature right here. So I'm just going to drag this up to the top left. If you've never used this before, you can hit that button. And now it tells me here I'm working in columns, and I want to add to the column below. I can't add up, so I can't do the plus. This is a way of getting multiple things really fast where it does the spacing for you, and I'm going to just spread them out. Now I'm going to switch over to rows, and now I'm going to add to the right. I can't add to the left. I'm going to add to the right, and I'm going to spread them out. How fast and cool was that? Wasn't that neat? When I stitch them out, what I do is I let it stitch out the A1, and then when it goes to stitch out the applique stitch, then I put felt on the backside. So I'll just put a big piece of felt on the backside of my stabilizer, and then I'll put the ribbon in when it stitches out the applique around it, and that's how I have the little ribbon hanger. But I love that feature. I really don't know how else to use it. This is what I do with it. But I mean, how cool is that? So if there's anything you want to do multiples of and you want to put it on your screen really fast, that's where you can go and do that. And I can just go reset and back to center. All right, there was your mini lesson. All right, so let's go ahead and we're going to do the next one. Remember, I forgot my brown leather, and I really want to do that with my brown leather. So we're going to do melted and truck, and then we'll start this one. So let's go ahead and get your stuff for melted. Melted. Here we go. So on the spreadsheet, melted that's also going to be 8 by 12. So I'm going to go ahead and hoop up for that. I don't even know how I figured that out, or I don't think I really knew how to use that. I think I was just playing around. Okay, so let's pop this out. And the reason why I took my design and scooted it up, because now I have all of this that I can use, and I leave my muslin. I would call this on the roll, but I just cut it in long strips and I leave it. And I'm gonna hoop. I'm gonna just scoot this up. And then I'm gonna do my next embroidery. I think muslin is cheaper than the stabilizer too. I'm not sure. We have some of the Kimberbell stabilizer, and they just had a price increase. So stabilizer that was $27.99 is now $29.99 with no end in sight of the price stopping. Okay. This is my Okay, we're in. Sweating a little bit from that one. Pull out your little wrinkles, just kind of pull your hoop in. I used to like walk my hand around it, but we had a gal who worked here, Shauna. I was just thinking about her and how much I miss her. And she used to do hers like this, and I'm like, that's so much better than what I do. All right. So let's go ahead. Like I said, we're going to do melted. We're skipping ice cream sandwich just for now. So let's go ahead. I'm going to slide my hoop on, because remember, if you slide your hoop on, it doesn't let you go outside your embroidery field when you go to your embroidery page, when you're moving your design around. And I'm going to hit my home button. I am going to grab my handy dandy spreadsheet, and we are going to melted, which is lines 5. So we're going to go to lines 5 quilting designs, lines 5, embroidery file. I'm PES, and the size we want is the 4 by 10. 4 by 10. Set. And now we're going to combine it with melted. So add. Melted. Which one's melted? Oh, here. This is it, right? Let me make sure. Let me look at my instructions. Do you do designs by other companies, or just I love love doing designs by other companies. I love Kimberbell. It's a love-hate. Because I love it, but I find that's all I do sometimes. I love OESD. I love Anita Good. I love Sweet Pea. I love them all. I love embroidery. I wish I had more time, more hours in the day. Okay, so that is in there. And I do pickle pie. What else have we done, ladies? We're creating our own too. We're doing some of that with our IQ designer portion of our machine if you have a baby locker brother. So let's maybe read all the directions this time so what happened last time doesn't happen. Really, you want to read anything that's in bold. That's like, hey, read me. But it doesn't have anything here, so we're just going to align block embroidery files with the quilting design files so that both files are centered. So we should be good to go, and I'm just going to go ahead and hit set. I'm going to hit embroidery. And you know what? Oh, you know, this actually would have been probably best in my 6x10 hoop. But so I need to change that on the spreadsheet because it is only 4.5 inches. Oh, you know what? It doesn't fit in the 6x10 because we're half an inch too big. So you have to go to your 7x12 or the 8x12. But what I am going to do is I'm going to scoot that up just a little bit. I'm going to go to layout, move, and scoot it up. And say okay. And that just saves us a little bit of room down here on the bottom. All right. Anything else we need to know? I don't think so. I think we're ready to go. So let's go ahead and first thing we're going to do, let me see what color we're going to need first. It's going to be the pink because we're going to do the quilting on there. So I am going to change out my thread to that medium pink. And we're going to do the placement stitch for our batting. Meaning of life. I don't know what meaning of life is. I've never heard of that. Is it awesome? I need to look at that. We're going to do Stitch Delight because we're going to do the poinsettia panel. I'm hoping to get that stitched out after our quilt show. Okay, go ahead and just do your placement line for your batting. Grab your fabric. Mine looks like this. Here's my background fabric, my batting, my white leather. Remember, I don't trim any of this until we actually put it down because you use so much less than the size they have you cut. And you're going to need the brown lattice, the light pink. So let's go ahead and we're going to spray the back of our batting and the back of our background piece. That's what we're spraying right now. And I always point this out, but remember your batting has a right side and a wrong side. The nubby, rougher side with all the stuff sticking up, that is your wrong side. That's what you want to put down. If you ever put it the other way, that's where you get, when your needle goes in and it pulls the batting out, that's called bearding. So you want it where it dimples in to be facing up. So I'm going to give that a little shot of spray. Meaning of life. I saw the movie, the Monty Python one. I saw that when I think I was in high school, and it was kind of risque to watch in high school. It's pretty funny though. I should watch it again now that I'm an adult and see if it has all new meaning. Okay, you're gonna do a tack down, and then you're gonna trim it. And then go ahead, here's your background fabric. Give this a shot of spray so it's ready to go. Deanna, do I need to do meaning of life? Is it just amazing? I'm going to look it up on the computer right now. Is there a particular design you recommend? Meaning of life embroidery. Ooh, you know, this reminds me of like of Hoop Sisters. This is beautiful. Oh, you know what? I recognize the crossword, the one that looks like a crossword puzzle. Somebody must have pointed this out to me, but these are beautiful. I'm gonna have to try one of those. I said to my Kimberbell rep, I said, is it possible to die by doing too much Kimberbell? Because I think you're killing me. And she just laughed and said, it's never enough Kimberbell. Good answer, right? I was like, I think you are trying to kill me. I gotta tell you, I'm so excited for Cappuccino though. I think it's gonna be amazing. Those are really, really pretty. We're gonna have to do one of those. Meaning of life. Those are gorgeous. Have you done one of those, Deanna? How do you pick? They're so pretty. How about anyone else? Has anyone else done a meaning of life embroidery? How did I forget about it? I think I must have just been too busy doing Kimberbell. Okay. My background fabric is stitched. I am just going to lay this down. Remember, I usually skip the next step. Next step is going to be, let's hit that so it shows us. That is a placement stitch for your background fabric. I'm going to do the tack down because we know where it's going to go anyways. It's going to go centered right over this. About an inch above, an inch to the left, an inch to the right. All right, and go ahead and do your tack down. And after your tack down is going to be your quilting. All right, and now you're going to do your quilting stitch. Was this lines again? I feel like, let's see. I just want to make sure. Yep, lines 5. I'm going to go ahead and hit start. Let it do the quilting. After it's done with the quilting, it says iron fusible backing to wrong side of the melting ice cream. So I think that's going to be the light pink. So you have 2 pieces of light pink. Melting ice cream. Melting ice cream 2 is 3 inches by 3 inches. So I'm just going to grab some shape flex and iron it to the back of this. Okay, looks like my bobbin's running out, so let me put in a new bobbin. Where's our box of bobbins? I don't know about you, but I buy my bobbins by the box. Malfunction occurred. Okay. Oh, what happened here? Looks like, oh, you know what happened? I'm going to go ahead and turn my machine off. See if I can get this out. I might have to cut the bottom out too. So, looks like my bobbin cover came up, and so sometimes your bobbin just, let me see, turned my machine off. This is what happens when you walk away from your machine. You know what I need is I need my my Tula Pink seam ripper. I'm gonna go in it here this way. So worse for this to be happening right now. Can't really tell. Okay, ladies. Hang on. Getting down here. That is the strangest thing. My pink thread from above is wrapped around my bobbin. I think I've released it. Well, I'll be darned. Honestly, I've never had this happen before. I'm sure it's because I stepped away. But somehow my pink thread got wrapped around my bobbin. So that's just the weirdest thing. I'm just going to pop this off and just check underneath here and just make sure there are no issues and everything looks clear. Let me put that A bobbin back in. I'm just going to smooth that out again. Here's the box. Yeah, so is it Bay? Bay, I am using muslin. So it's just I just use a hang on. My muslin, I mean, honestly, it's just like cheap old muslin. So, and I was telling them that, I'm trying to see if my thread got caught on the top. Did not. So it should ask us to resume. I'm just going to get threaded up again. That's the strangest thing I've ever experienced. I wish I could have seen what caused it. Is it okay to resume? Yes, it is. Let me put the cap back on, and I'm gonna go ahead. And anyways, I would have restarted my machine anytime, because it kind of got held in one spot. So anytime your machine is stitching and you have something like that happen and it gets held in one spot, you should always restart, because it'll knock your machine off calibration. So if you ever had had an instance where it wasn't stitching, it like suddenly was an inch too low or an inch too high, just turn your machine off and let it recalibrate, and then it should go back. So I'm going to go back 10 stitches. Let me go back another 10, and hopefully we're back on track again. Strange. So I use muslin mostly because, I mean, the biggest reason I use it is because it's softer than using the poly mesh or the no-show mesh, whatever you want to call it. And I just like the way it feels, and it's more like malleable to me. And I did we had an instructor do an event for us. Her name is Nikki Brazel. She was the one who started Destiny Divas. And she was telling me how she uses muslin when she does quilt blocks, embroidered quilt blocks. And I said, well, what kind do you get? She goes, I just buy the cheapest stuff. So she goes, don't worry about it, just buy whatever's cheapest. So in our store, we carry like a 90-inch, and it's $9.99 a yard. A 60-inch, that's $7.99 a yard, and a 45-inch that is $5.99 a yard. Was it $5.99? Yeah, I think it's $5.99 a yard. So, that's what I use when I'm doing embroidered quilts that have quilt batting and then a background fabric. I use that because this will provide you enough stabilizer. I rarely embroider just fabric on my muslin because the muslin has a really loose weave and it doesn't provide a lot of support. So I don't usually do that. Okay, after we do this, oh, that's the whole reason I left. I went and got my fusible. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. So my iron is heating up. This is Shapeflex 101. And I'm just going to put a piece here and a piece here. I think it just wanted it on your 3-inch piece, but I'm just going to do both of these. And I guess I cut it smaller. I thought it was 3-inch. But that's okay, because you know it's your applique piece and there's going to be excess. So when I do my backing, I usually just put I unroll the bolt and I put all my pieces on it and I just cut them all away at once. That way you don't have to cut twice. You just cut it once. Or you don't have to measure and cut. You have to cut twice, but okay, here are my my light pink pieces with the Shapeflex on the back of them. And let's look at our screen and see what it wants us to do. It is asking us, are those the spoons? Looks like spoons. So go ahead and put your silver thread in. I think that's like the number one question people ask. They ask what I'm using for my stabilizer and why. So some of you have heard that answer like 800 times. I'm going to look at my instructions one more time, make sure I'm not leading you astray. And it says stitch the spoons fill. Go ahead and stitch that out. Oh, I don't even know if I needed 2 of those pinks. I think I only needed 1. For some reason, I cut 2. And then you're going to stitch the ice cream 1 base placement line. So you need your flex foam. Here's my second spoon. And your color doesn't matter for the next several steps. After this, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, color doesn't make a difference. You could leave in your light gray, or you could switch it over to your light pink. For me, if color doesn't make a difference, and that's going to be where you have the box with the lines in it, the diagonal lines, I always follow it until color does make a difference right here, and that's the color I usually put in. So that light pink is going to be the light pink, because you have a pink and then you have the light pink, which is almost like a brownish pink. This is your pink and this is your light pink. That's what we're going to use. Okay, I am going to go ahead and change it out because that's the next color we'll need. Okay, placement stitch, and this is going to be for your foam. And usually I don't even spray my foam down. Well, maybe I should left my gray in there. You can barely see it. All right, ladies, leave in your gray, because you'll barely be able to see the pink, but it's right here. And you're going to trim this right close to the stitch. And like I was saying, or was I saying? Was I just thinking I was saying it? I usually don't spray my foam. I'll just like let it start stitching down. And then get a good pair of scissors. We're going to trim it. And you're going to trim it close to the stitch line. Is this one going to be... So let me go ahead and trim that one, and then we'll move our foam over. Which scissors should I use? So many to choose from. Like these, because I can cut with either hand. All right, and now it wants to do another placement line. This is going to be the placement line for, I guess we call this ice cream 2. Again, maybe gray would have been a better choice because I can barely see the pink. I just thought I'd challenge myself today. Okay, I'm going to put this down, make sure I'm covering it left and right, which I am. So my hoop back on. Stitch it down, and then trim it close to the stitch line. And then it wants you, step number 6 is stitch the ice cream 2 placement line. Literally, it's going right over this. So I'm going to skip it, and I'm just going to put my ice cream down. You're going to do the pink. All right, first thing it wants you to do is ice cream to placement line. So it's going to do this one right here. And you're going to be putting down your light pink, which for some reason I had 2 of. But I'm going to give this a little shot of spray on the back side. That's another question people ask me. They ask me what I use, and I use this Ganol KK100. And I think it is the best spray out there. I'm just going to go ahead and cover this. I rarely use tape. And I'm going to go ahead and do my tack down. So let me slide that on. My tack down, this is, oh, you know what this is? I'm going to cut. Because this is the placement line for that. I'm skipping that. I'm going to fast forward. And the orange is your tack down. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. This is step number 7. After you stitch this, you want to trim close to the stitch line. So we are doing this right here, and then we're going to trim it. I don't know, do you ladies use tape? I know some people don't like to use the spray. I'm sure it's horrible for me, because yes, it does smell. But I spray it in my spray tent, and I try to not spray too crazy. Okay, close to the stitch line, ladies. There we go. Let's look at our next step. Stitch the ice cream to decorative outline. Just hit start. You should have that light pink in. This is going to be just a minute of stitching. I'm going to tidy up a little bit. It's getting out of control. It happens so fast. You, but I need a trash can on the right side of me. That's like where I put most of my trash. After this, you're going to stitch the ice cream one placement line, and that is going to be that brown lattice. So grab that fabric. Why do I have 2 pieces? Is one for the, okay, you need the bigger one. So your bigger one is what you're going to be putting down next. I'm going to skip the next step, which is the placement line, because we know where it's going to go. I'm just going to do the tack down. And this time I'm going to do what I say I'm going to do and not start the placement. Placement is blue. Tack down is orange. Because, ladies, we're movers and shakers. We don't have time to do all those steps that don't make a difference. We've got Kimberbell to do. Guess what? I should have done that in brown, but it's okay. I'm going to change out my thread right now. Let me trim it first, and then I'm putting my brown in to do that decorative stitch. All right, and put in your light brown. I like to call it gingerbread brown. So this is stitching the decorative outline. Then you're going to want your light blue, that kind of like almost periwinkle blue. And that's going to stitch the dish one placement line. We're going to be putting down, I think this is when we're putting down our leather. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take this out. Taking out my thread. That was step number 11. We are on step 12, and it says stitch the dish one placement line, and then we're going to place leather right side up. Get your white leather. Again, I don't cut it. I'm just going to place it down and then I'll trim it. Here's my white leather. Now this is going to say trim. It says trim leather as desired. So anytime I see that, I want at least 1/8 inch all the way around. And I'm just going to go... Should I go this way? Because I have plenty that way. Yeah, I'm going to go this way. I'm just going to hold it down to stitch it. If it's a big piece, I give it a little shot of spray. This one I'm just going to kind of hold. And this is stitch the dish one tack down line and detail. You got to watch out for that guy, that little black screw. I don't know if you've ever been gotten by that, but that thing hurts. So this is step number 13. I'm going to slide this off to trim this. And I'm using my curved straight for this. That's what I like to use for trim as desired. And I like to leave about 1/8 of an inch all the way around. And ladies, make it gorgeous. There's no other stitch. This is raw edge. I want you to channel your best trimming skills right now. That's pretty darn cute. I like to make this a little round and not super sharp. I've done some super sharp ones, and I look at them later and go, oh, that's not that cute. How adorable is that? It'll look cuter under the light so you can see it. Okay. Same thing. It's going to do a placement line. And then we're going to lay our leather down, and it's going to do the outline and the detail. Make sure you fluff your muslin, that it's not curling under and getting stitched down. Okay, we're going to lay this down. Where do we go? I'm going to go just like that and that. All right, ladies, trim it up. Make it gorgeous. Just chant to yourself, I am an excellent trimmer. I am an excellent trimmer. I will make my ice cream dishes look gorgeous. Okay. Oh, I think I was going astray. I was worried I was going to lose this one when my bobbin got all weird. All right. Turn this around. Next step. Now comes the melted ice cream. That's why I have two of those pieces. I was wondering. So next color that is going to make a difference is going to be the light pink. So I'm going to put that in right now, even though it says step number 6 color doesn't make a difference. Let's go ahead and put it in there because that's what we're going to be using anyways. Hey, Patrick. Okay, this is the placement stitch, and you're going to grab that other piece of the pink, the light pink. I'm going to give it a little shot of spray to the back. Sugar Plum Jubilee. So Deanna, I asked our gals here, our local gals in town, if they wanted to do Sugar Plum Jubilee, and nobody was interested because we did it. We actually did it I can't remember if we did it last summer or if we did it the summer before. So unfortunately, we will not be doing Sugar Plum Jubilee. And you can blame it on my grumpy customers. You know who you are. I'm just kidding. Okay, there we go. That was just a joke. It was really cute though. The next event we're going to be doing is going to be on July 15th, and we're doing Harvest Table. And then we'll do the other one. I think, is it called North Pole? So we usually, when they first come out, we'll do it like the first day that you can sign up to do it. Okay, once you do this, you're going to trim your fabric close to the stitch because there's going to be a decorative stitch outline. My dog, when he was a puppy, I had all of the ornaments. I had like a little fake tree hanging up in my sewing room. And one day I saw him and he had the Sugar Plum Fairy. Is that right? I think it's the Sugar Plum Fairy. She was just dangling from his mouth. And he was looking at me like, you want it? Come and get it. And I literally chased him. And by the time I got to him, he ripped her ballerina skirt off. So I need to, and I've never fixed it. I need to fix it. Where are my snips? Here they are. How naughty was that? He was so cute. I couldn't even, you know how they're so cute you can't even be mad? Hey, Patrick. Cute. Okay, I'm going to do the decorative stitch outline. This is 2 minutes of stitching. My children just walked in the door. I'm going to go say hi to them. Haha, Anna, you're funny. Anna, I'm just laughing about your reply. Anna, what are you working on? Are you stitching with us? Audrey, is yours done? Are you all stitched together? It's bedtime for you. It's almost bedtime. Okay, after we do this, we are going to do the placement line for the melting ice cream for the other ice cream. So you need that little piece of brown lattice. And you're going to switch your thread out to the brown. And then we're going to do the decorative stitch. And then we are going to do the black words.
Where are the car keys for Mom?
What?
What's in your mouth? You were trying to hide it and you such.
I wasn't
Did you
trying to
shower?
hide it. I did shower.
We're filming. My
Showering's an event in this thing.
my whole
I showered
family.
yesterday.
My whole family is in here, and they came in here and they were all chewing, and which means they're eating high chews. And the high chews are reserved for when we send out shipments, and so they're not supposed to eat them. So as soon as I looked at my daughter, she knew, and she stopped chewing to hide her consumption of the high chews. Okay, go ahead and put in your light brown. We're almost done with this one. Well, the black is a lot of stitching. And if you want, you could put in, let's see, do they recommend using a lighter thread? Nope. But I would put in a black bobbin for all the letter stitching. I'm going to put my black bobbin in. I hope I have enough. Okay, this is the placement stitch for your other melting chocolate. And we're going to use this. I'm going to give a little shot of spray to the back. Read all directions. Oh no, Audrey, did you do what we did? Where I almost didn't have them rotate the cart, because that's how we started doing our cart. And then I went back and read the directions that were in bold. That was fast though. We did that and sewed it all together. I'm impressed. Okay, go ahead and trim this close to the stitch line. Usually somebody saves me. Nobody's been saving me today. I've had to save myself. You know, ladies, I'm not good at that. I need a hero. I need a hero. I'm holding out for a hero. Are those the words? Still the morning light? This is where my family makes fun of me because I never know the words. That's what I need here in our sew-alongs. I need a hero. And you could be my hero. I didn't see it either until I looked at like the final cut instructions and I thought, wait a minute here. Something doesn't look right. Okay, so this is the decorative outline and detail, and then we're going to put our black thread in to do all of the wording. It's going to say, life is like ice cream, eat it before it melts. That's right, ladies. Life is like ice cream. Sewing is like ice cream. Get your machine now. Do your Kimberbell now. I'm so relieved that I caught that because I would feel horrible if all the ladies did that block with me and then... Did you have enough fabric? You must have had enough fabric for your background. I'm so relieved we caught it. Is that cute or what? Look at it. It's like a real cup of ice cream. All right, ladies, what's your favorite flavor? If you were to go to the ice cream store right now, what flavor would you get? I used to be a strawberry kind of girl, but lately I just really like pistachio. Is there anyone else? Anyone else like pistachio? Okay, I'm gonna put in my black bobbin. I don't know about you, but this pillow has made me so hungry. And I still haven't gone to Cold Stone. Maybe we'll go tonight and take the kids. Nobody? Nobody has a favorite ice cream? I'd go pistachio #1, strawberry #2. Can't eat chocolate, so any other flavor. All right, I put a black bobbin in just to make sure that I didn't have any white peeking out. That's always a bummer when you have white stitching. This is going to be 6 minutes of stitching. While it's stitching, I'm going to tidy up a little bit, and I'm going to get ready for the next block. See, Marty and I should go. We could go in on like a pint of ice cream together. I can only eat like 2 bites anyways. I was never one of those people that can eat a pint of ice cream, but I can eat a bag of Funyuns. I can totally eat a whole bag. And then I feel so bad about myself. Oh man. Okay. We're doing the truck next. And that might be as much as we get done today, which is kind of perfect for me because I really want to do the what was the other one called? The tall ice cream with the chocolate. Let me grab it. I ruined the order because I was unprepared. So ice cream sandwiches, that was supposed to be next, but we didn't get a chance to do that, and I did it on purpose because I forgot my brown leather at home. I know exactly where it is. It's sitting on my cutting table. So that's probably going to be your homework, but we are going to start, as soon as this is done, we are going to start the truck. So we're going to do the ice cream truck, and this is the one that has the little music box in it. And it says here, we're going to read this, Audrey, because it's in yellow, like yellow highlighters, so that means important. The 5x7 hooping instructions are found on a separate PDF. Instructions below are for the 6x10, but with the quilting, let's see if it bumps us out. Yeah, because we're adding the quilting stitches, if you're just doing the design, you're going to fit in the 6x10, but if you add the quilting design, it bumps you into one of these two sizes, 7x12 or 8x12, and of course you can use any size bigger than that too. So get your truck stuff ready. Here's mine. Right here, heat up your iron too because we're going to need to put some vinyl on the window. I cut some. I got to see if I can find it. Here's my big old piece. So we're going to put this. This is going to go on the window. So if you look here, wrong set. Twist is best. I've never heard of twist. Rocky Road. Rocky Road has does it have like chocolate and marshmallows and nuts and like all that stuff? Okay, so to get ready, you need fusible backing on the wrong side of the window and sign background fabric. So your window fabric is going to be where's my fabric? Let's come over here while this is stitching out. Let's get ready to do the next one so we don't waste any time and we can get through what we need to get through. I'm going to turn my iron on. Okay, this and this I'm going to put in my spray tent. I'm going to give them a little shot of spray so these are ready to go. And let me grab this. This is our window right here. I love organizing with painter's tape. I feel like it's so easy and I don't have to get baggies for everything and re-stitch. So we are going to put fusible backing on the wrong side of the window on the sign. This is our sign right here, so we need fusible backing on this and this. And of course, I didn't read my instructions till later, so my piece isn't big enough. I'm just going to layer it. Where are my scissors? At home, this is why I like doing it at home. I have all this stuff, everything. Ladies, I'm usually more prepped and prepared than this. I apologize. I'm just going to put it on here. I'm going to put this here. And I'm just going to iron without getting it on anything else, which I don't know if I can do. So I'm going to cut it. That'll be fine, just like that. Nobody will notice. I have a little shadowing. It's okay. Now I'm going to put this piece on here. Two pieces. That actually looks really bad. Oh well. Okay, so those are my two pieces. The other thing it wants you to do is, it says peel protective vinyl paper from window, peel protective paper from window vinyl. Place vinyl sticky side down onto right side of the window fabric. So, here's my window fabric. I'm just going to go ahead and cut this. And you're going to put this on the right side. So you want it on the pretty side. And that's just going to make it so it looks a little shiny, like a window would. You can either use a pressing cloth or something like that. I'm going to use my Goddess pressing sheet. It's a Teflon pressing sheet. You want this sticky side down. You want the right side of the fabric facing up. Whoop. Don't go crazy. I probably pressed it longer than I needed to. And we are ready to go. So you should have your window fabric and then this. And hopefully you have one piece of sheet flex so you don't have that shadowing I have, but it'll be fine. It's going to look absolutely gorgeous, ladies. Okay, I think we're ready. Yeah, we're ready to stitch as soon as this is done. Vanilla and chocolate together. I actually love chocolate with nuts. Chocolate with any kind of nuts. I love. But I don't like plain chocolate. It's too boring. I need some pizzazz. We are almost done with this. I'm looking at my screen. I've got about 500 stitches left. You know, and this worked out kind of well too because we're doing all the big designs. All the big designs that are going in the 8x12 hoop. And this kind of stuff, ladies, like the puckering, that used to stress me out, and now I don't even worry about it. Because with a wool mat and best press, you can get out any pucker. And your design will look so amazing, and you'll press it out and it'll be so flat. So don't even worry about that. See like the wave I'm getting right here? Hey, Michelle. Ooh, Haagen-Dazs. Yup, chocolate with nuts. That's the good stuff. Does that look amazing? That looks so stinking good. Okay, let's go ahead and let's start the next one, which is going to be the truck. I have made a big old mess over here. It's like my talent. Let's come over here. I'm also very skilled in showing you what I want to show you with my camera and hiding everything else. All right. So now that I have two designs, I always leave one on. And let me pop up the inner hoop. I'm going to cut this one off. Oh, there are my scissors. These are my favorite scissors ever. If you ever need a good pair of scissors, these are the Fomori Comfort Grip. And I've had so many of these, the Gingers. These are like, they really are comfortable. And they're super sharp. I'm a Fomori kind of girl. And like I see sets for other companies like Kimberbell and OESD, and they're just Fomori scissors. Okay, so that one's off. I'm gonna go ahead and leave this one on, scoot it up a little bit, and we are gonna hoop. So a little bit of this hangs under. See that? I knew a Michelle Williams in Denver, Colorado. Patrick has his email address his name's, Patrick, and his email address, he gets so many, because his email address is like so basic, he gets so many people emailing him thinking that he's the Patrick they know. I move that up a little out of the way and make sure it doesn't. Okay, push it in, pull out my bubbles. But you know what, Michelle? I don't know if I know a Michelle that spells her name like you do, with an M. I know a Michelle who's an M-E, but I don't know if I know an M-A. All right, let's go ahead and put this on the machine. Oh, and before we do this, I'm going to take that black bobbin out. I had just enough. I think I could have gone a couple more letters. I'm not going to use this. How did that happen? Has anyone ever had that happen? Where it pulled my bobbin thread down. I'm going to throw this one away. That bobbin has bad juju. I'm going to get rid of it. Okay, go ahead, slide your hoop on, and let's load in our design. Okay, let's go over here, tighten this up. I'm going to go home. Home's going to clear my screen. And we are doing the truck. So our design's on page 34. We're going to load in food 4. That's our quilting design. Food 4. Ooh, I didn't get rid of those. 6 by 10 is the size that we want. 6 by 10. And then we want to load in the truck. Add. Whoops, why did I do that? Truck. Okay, so you have a couple different options. You have these 2 pieces of the truck, and that is if you don't have a hoop big enough to do it the way we're doing it. So, but if you do have a big enough hoop, which all you need is a 6 by 10, but if you're going to have the quilting, you need a 7 by 12 or 8 by 12. And I'm talking Baby Lock Brothers sizes. I'm going to put my truck in, and I'm going to hit set. And then we're going to look at our directions, and we're going to read carefully, ladies. We're going to pay attention to anything that's highlighted or bold, in bold print. And there's nothing important there, and it just wants you to center both your quilting design and your embroidery design. So we should be good. I'm just going to hit embroidery. And we are going to start out with, and this is 45 minutes. So this is going to be the last thing we're going to stitch here tonight. And then your homework will be, what was that? Your homework's going to be ice cream sandwiches. And if you haven't done wheel scream and soft serve, and I will do a video putting it all together and I'll post that. But this is going to be our last sew along together for this one. But we'll do another one as soon as Cup of Chair comes out. Well, that'll be a free sew along too. Oh wait, you know what I didn't do that I want to do is I want to scoot it up. You're going to see if I go here layout, and these are all grayed out. Because anytime you move it, because I'm at stitch number 1 now, you cannot do any of these features. You have to go back to the first stitch. So I'm just going to hit this, and I'm going to hit stitch 0. And now when I go ahead and I try to move, I can move it. I'm going to scoot it all the way up. That's all. No biggie. Layout, I want it layout to show me what I'm stitching. Color, what's our first color that's going to make a difference? It's going to be that background fabric, which is the blue, I think. So I'm going to put the blue in right now. I've had people say, oh, I can't move it. Or I can't rotate it. I can't do stuff in that final stitch out screen. And that's because you are not at stitch 0. You have to be at stitch 0 to do any of those features. Okay, placement line. My batting is already sprayed and ready to go. Get your applique scissors ready. See how impatient I am? Like, I can barely wait for the machine to stop. Okay, now we're doing our tack down, and then you're going to trim. Okay, trim it up. And then I'm going to skip the next step, which is going to be the placement for my background fabric. I'm going to go right to the tack down. So just center it to this batting piece. Whoop. All right, let's put the backing down, cutting the batting to the size of the batting placement line. Then I spray the fabric on top. I order a bunch of things but I saw your order, Michelle, and you know what, Deanna, that's probably smart, because that saves you a lot of time, because that's what I do. Wow, this is a lot of fabric for this. Did I cut it wrong, or did they really have us cut it this big? That's a lot, huh? That is probably smarter. I should probably start doing that, because then you don't have to do that trimming, and you just do it with your rotary cutter. Okay, I am going to do, remember, blue is placement, orange is tack down. So let me go ahead. I feel like I must have cut this wrong. It's so huge. Does anyone else have 15? Does this look like 15? It does look like 15, doesn't it? Maybe we should start doing that. I'm such a rule follower. I mean, it's hard enough for me to just skip steps. I'm like, ooh, are they going to catch me? Am I going to get reported? Okay, after we do the tack down, then we're going to do our quilting. Because that's I do that for the, it does, doesn't it? It does. So you're just cutting it to the final size. Should we start doing that, ladies? Because then you don't have to do... So what do you do then? So you do your batting tack down, and then you put it down, and then maybe we should do that. Don't turn me in, ladies. I'm such a rule follower. You should see my son is like the ultimate rule follower. Okay, after we do this, we're going to stitch the Megaphone base fill, and that is going to be in silver. So your silver is going to be your next color. So get that ready. The background quilting design. So if we were to, so it would be our background quilting. So, and that, I think that's what I put on here would be the final size. So you just wouldn't add that inch. The inch, and more importantly for me would be the time saver. Maybe we should, I don't know, I don't know if I'm brave enough to do that. Do you think? We should probably do that though, because that's how I'm doing the, that's how I do the border and sashing. I've stopped adding the extra inch, and then we just cut it exactly the size, and it saves so much time. Maybe we'll do that on Cup of Chair, ladies. We're gonna get crazy. Okay, so Anna says it's a go. If Anna says it's a go, it's a go. Let's do it. So the next time, that just means we're going to be cutting it to the final size, right? Because that's going to be the, yeah, because what I put on the spreadsheet, the final size I put on the spreadsheet is the quilting size that it has a select. And that's like the ½ inch smaller. Okay, Cup of Chair, ladies. We're getting wild and crazy. I'm always scared that I might lose some of the ladies, but it seems like we're ready for it. Let's just do it. So we're going to start with, so when we do that, we'll start with the batting placement. And then we're going to put down our pre-cut batting. That's going to fit perfectly in our batting placement line. And then we're going to put our fabric, our background fabric, and tack down, and then we're ready to go. Right? Is that how it works? I think that's how it works. Is this absolutely adorable? Because every time they come out with a new quilting design, I think, I don't need that because I have so many Kimberbell quilting designs. And then look at this. You can't do this pillow without getting this quilting design. You have to have the ice creams and the milkshakes and the banana splits. Okay, let me look at my instructions and make sure I'm putting in the right color first. So this is the Megaphone base, and it looks like silver on mine. And then after this, you're going to put in the white. The white's going to be the Megaphone cone fill. So get your white thread. White did not come in the kit. And then we're going to have a ton of applique going on. Okay, let's go ahead and put in the white. Think about how much time we'll save by just cutting out that step, right, of having to trim up the batting. All right, I am looking here. Okay, after the white, doesn't make a difference, and we're gonna do the placement stitch for the pink. So I'm just gonna leave the white in. Okay, we just did step number 2, which was that Megaphone cone fill. And we turn to the next page. We're gonna stitch the cargo box placement line. Just go ahead and hit start. And you are using your pink leather, which of course I forgot at home, but I had some here. This is a big piece, so I'm going to give it a little shot of spray. And this one is also, let's see how they want us to trim. Trim leather close to stitch. So it's going to be a satin stitch outline. So that makes a difference in whether or not how big I need it. So I'm going to give mine a little shot of spray, and just keep in mind when you spray leather, sometimes the adhesive will it'll soak through a little bit, but you don't have to worry about it. It will dry. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and stitch that down. And we're going to trim it close to the stitch line. I just remember the red pickup truck, my leather puckered. I was traumatized by that. I'm going to use my double curve to trim this. Go ahead and trim it close to the stitch line. Sometimes this is too heavy for the snips, so I use my curved. So Violet is, she's going to Louisville, Kentucky to compete in the National Speech and Debate competition. And we haven't taken her clothes shopping at all. She's just been raiding my closet. She's taller than me though. She's like 5'3" and I'm just about 5 foot. So I think Patrick was taking her to go shopping. I think that's why the kids were here at the store. And this is just sweet of Patrick. He's so good with her. But maybe I should be there. I don't know if I trust what they're going to come home with. It's kind of like a mom's job, huh? Maybe I'll join them after this. Okay, next thing we're going to do is, this is going to be the placement line. I'm just going to leave the white in there. Color doesn't make a difference. And this is going to be the cab placement line. What color is the cab? Is it white? What's the cab? Looking at all my fabrics. And I'm wondering, do I have the right? Is it white leather? The cab is cab. White leather. No, that's the sign. Okay, got it. The cab, white leather cab. White leather cab. Okay, got it. Here we go. White leather cab. And let's see. White leather cab. We are going to trim this. Trim close to stitch again. Right, so you don't need a ton of excess top and bottom or left and right. And then we're going to do the tires. entire placement after this. I just love this age. I love having teenagers. I think I've been blessed too with, like I said, one of them that never breaks the rules. Well, you know what, ladies? I've got two that aren't rule breakers. I think it'd be a different story if I was, if they were, you know, causing me a lot of grief. Close to the stitch. Looks like something I want to eat. Okay, next stitch. We just did the cab. That was step 5. Step 6, we trimmed it. Now we're going to 7 and 8, that's this one. So go ahead and do your placement stitch, and then we're going to put down our white fabric. And that's the white fabric that you put the shape flex on the back of. And if mine's big enough, I'm going to try to get out the spot where you see a little bit of shadowing. I think I'm going to be able to put that top piece on there. Going to give it a shot of spray, so it doesn't move around too much. And that's perfect. I don't even need that bottom part. Slide that on, tack it down, trim it up. And this is step number 8, and we're going to trim close to the stitch line. I love close to the stitch line. That's what I prefer, because you don't have to think. I think you get the closest cut when you lift your fabric up at like 90 degrees. I say that, and then that's not totally close, but that's pretty good. Okay, I'm going to slide this back on. We are now going to do the tires, so go ahead and just hit start. 9 and 10, those are color doesn't make a difference too. And you're going to grab these two pieces. They're kind of like that greenish gray. Go give them a shot of spray. Put one down here. One right here. Then you're going to trim close to this stitch line. And then we're going to be doing a whole bunch of stitching, ladies. Get ready. We are 10 minutes into our 45-minute stitch out. I think I could probably fit 2 tires, but that's okay. It's just fabric. All right. Next thing we're going to do is we are going to do step 11, which is stitch the window placement line. Color makes a difference. It looks like it wants us to put in, I think the light green. I think it wants us to match it. So go ahead and put in that light green color. Give this a little shot of spray. This is the piece that you prepared with the Shape Flex and the clear vinyl. And go ahead and put that down. I'm not pushing down around all the edges because, you know, we have the leather and I use that spray adhesive. So you don't want that spray adhesive to get all over everything. This is going to be a raw edge applique. So if you have them, get your curved straight scissors. I don't know where mine are. I'm going to look really quickly. Curved straight. That's what I prefer in cutting. There they are. Okay. And make it gorgeous. That's trimmed up. That was step number 12. Step number 13, stitch the sign cone placement line, and it wants it in that light brown. So let me put in the light brown. Let's get it focused on something. And if you ladies need to go, I think, Audrey, it's your bedtime. Lee's probably waiting to tuck you in. My feelings won't be hurt if you have to go. And now you want to get some of that felt. Is that what we're using? Let me see. It says place the sign cone felt. So I'm going to give it a little shot of spray. You have it all put together, backing onto. Did you make piping? There we go. This is going to be trim as desired. This is also raw edge applique. Go ahead and trim this. Gotta take it out. I keep thinking the applique is done, and then I'm like, oh, more applique. Alrighty. And you could make that as, trim it up and make it look better if you want. Was that it? I think that was it for real this time. Okay, stitch the ice cream one fill. Get your pink. We're grabbing that medium pink. And then you want the light yellow and the light green. So you can get those colors out, have them ready. I would say no, this is not machine washable. So if I want something machine washable, then instead of using the glitter and the leather, I would put fabric. Like any of the specialty materials, instead of using those, just use regular fabric. I mean, maybe, you know, I've never washed the leather. I've never washed the glitter. So I don't know. Has anyone ever washed that stuff? I think it says it's not machine washable. I think those items are not machine washable, but I could be mistaken. Anyone? Anyone ever wash it? Go ahead and put in your light yellow or whatever other color you want to use if you're using your thread set. And we should have our thread sets, so I ordered cup of chair thread sets, and those should be here, I think, on Friday. I'm not positive. And I think we have it on the site at 20% off. Okay, yellow. So Cheryl said she washes the glitter and it holds up well. So maybe it's fine. after this, you want the light green, and then you're going to stitch the ice cream free chips detail. And it looks like pistachio ice cream to me, ladies. I can't tell. Is that brown for the chips, the dark brown? So you can either go dark brown, but isn't pistachio more like maybe the dark gray? I'm going to do dark gray. I think that's more pistachio. Or is it brown? A pistachio lover of ice cream should know that, shouldn't I? Cheryl, have you been able to stitch with us today? All right, put in your green, and it is, shoot, which green did you use, ladies? The mint green or the, it's probably, what do you think? Do we go mint green or do we go this green? Probably this green, don't you think? Anyone? Let me look at my picture. It looks like I can't even tell. I'm gonna go the light green. I'm gonna do this one. Neither of them really that pistachio green color. This one's probably closer though. Left. Yes. I went mint green. Matches my window. Okay, what color do I use for the chips? Is it chocolate chip? Should I go this is probably mint chocolate chip ice cream. It's probably not pistachio anyways. Should I go dark brown? I love having you ladies here because then I don't have to think even more. Should I go dark brown or I think it's dark brown. What do you think? Chocolate chips, because it's chocolate chips. Chocolate chips are brown. Okay, I answered my own question. Oh man, it's dinner time and I'm getting hungry. All right, chocolate chips. Oh no, we're only 15 minutes into 45 minutes of stitching. This is where we need a multi-needle, because then you can just set it and go. Like go, okay, I'm going upstairs now. Okay, chocolate chips. And then we're going to put in black for the 50 cents. Do you think I don't know. Do you think this will make it? Am I like dreaming? Let me go find a black bobbin. Got one. So ladies, when I am not doing the sew-alongs, I do almost all my stitching on my multi-needle because I love just setting it up and just leaving it. So in this case, I would just set it up with all the colors and just say go, and it would do the last 30 minutes of stitching without me having to do anything. Okay, I am going to put a black bobbin in just because anytime I do like lettering or something, I just don't like the white showing accidentally. And it has nothing to do with your machine, it's just that high contrast sometimes. And it'd probably be absolutely fine, but let's just... The last thing I want to have, I don't want any regrets. So let's just put it in. A little more time. Okay, 50 cents, and then we're going to stitch out the purple dot detail, the blue dot, and the green dot. I have the, I don't even know the name of it. It's the Brother 10 needle. Is it the, Anna, what's it called? I used to have the Valiant, and, you know, I think I got the, I really didn't make a difference to me, the Baby Lock or the Brother, because, you know, they're both made by Brother. But I think I got mine when there was like a package, so I got something extra with mine. Or maybe it was the store demo. Maybe I took them to store demo. I had my Valiant for probably 2015, so probably 6 years, and I just upgraded. Okay, I'm going to take my black bobbin out. Put my white back in. But I love it. I love that, you know, I don't think about the mileage. I think more than anything, not changing my colors, like pre-programming it, I love. And then I love not really thinking about how many stitches I'm putting on. I just go for it. So when I'm doing my freestanding lace, or I'm doing my OESD tiling scenes, and a lot of times I will just set it up. I'll set it up sometimes in the morning before I go to work and just let it go. So it does, you know, 30 minutes, an hour stitching without me having to do anything. Or I'll set it up, you know, at bedtime. So I'll come down and everything will be done. Okay, I just put in the purple dots, and then we're going to put the blue in, and then we'll put the green in. The Venture. Okay, that's what I have. I've got the Venture. So we just got to get through this. Then there's the white is going to take a while. There's some color in between. I think it's like the bumper. And then we're going to put on the undercarriage, which is gray, and then the black for the tires, I think. Oh, and it's going to do tires and musical notes and all sorts of things. Deanna, if you want a multi-needle, you should call this store. We're always willing to wheel and deal. We can sell, I think the 6 needle we can sell anywhere, not the 10 needle. That you'd have to be in our territory. And then we do classes via Zoom. And most of our multi-needle classes, our get to know you classes, are taught by Michelle Gilmartin, and she was the Brother 10 needle educator for 15 years. Not to brag or anything, but she's pretty good. Okay, let's put in that blue. Here we go. So after we have our quilt show, which is in it's not the first weekend, not this weekend, but next weekend, I'm going to check out that Meaning of Life site again because their embroidery is so gorgeous. So cute. I mean, we could be actually doing something else. I could be pressing these out. Should I do that? I should probably do that. Okay, and the other thing is you can trim all your jump threads too. I love these and my side hoppers, but I gotta tell you, I've really been loving these. Because these are so nice because they have that hook and you can just snip one. I usually snip one side and then I flip them over and I snip the other. And I find this with my side hoppers and these, like I usually have to cut a couple of times to get those threads, like to get them perfectly. So I didn't bring my pop rulers with me today, so I can't, I can press them out, but I can't trim them down. What's wrong with me? Why was I so unprepared? Anyways, I like to kind of press them all out and trim them all down at once, and I'll do a separate video for that. Not that you need it. I do it for me. Okay, what color is next? Green. I'm putting the mint green back in. Okay, I hate to ask, but have they come back with a verdict in the Amber and Johnny Depp case? I haven't been able to look all day. So it cuts the jump threads. Are you talking about the machine? The machine cuts your jump threads, but they have to be, I think the threshold is 5 millimeters or something like that. So if it's, are you talking about just these scissors? So if it's less than, I think it's 5 millimeters. If it's less than 5 millimeters, then it doesn't cut the jump threads. I know. Lame. Lame-o. something to do while you're watching TV. While you're watching the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. Look at this one. This one's so good. I guess I need it off the machine. Okay, after this color, we are going to put in pink. And the pink is going to stitch for a little while. I can't decide if I should do this pink or this pink. Ladies, left or right? I'm thinking left. Should we go bright? Right. Oh yeah, so they should separate it more. Yeah, there's just gonna be some times where you're gonna have to trim those darn threads yourself. I know. They should have spread out the letters. Are you saying they should have spread the letters out more to get that jump thread? Okay, let's call Kim. Get her on the phone. We'll make our list. Our suggestions. All right. I think I'm going to go, oh, it's like neither. I'm going to go this one. I'm going to go the light pink. Is my leather even? Like, I just grabbed some leather. I had here in the store some, like, scraps. So it wasn't even what came in the kit. But do you think mine's the same color as what came in the kit? Or do they have some kind of special pink that I'm going to find when I get home? Oh, wait. Am I doing that? Yeah, these are pink dots. And I'm almost feeling like I should do a brighter pink for the dots. I'm going to pull that out. I want the brighter pink. Like the pink that's in the... And now it's making me go, should I do the brighter pink for everything? Yeah, what's the big deal? Why can't it just cut the jump threads, like, even if they are, it's like 5 millimeters apart? Why can't it just cut it? Why can't they just program that? I'll have to call Brother Product Development too, after I call Kim at Kimberbell. Just kidding. So for some reason that didn't cut. Let me just cut it, release it. We still have, I'm looking at my stitch count right now, and we still have about 16,000 more stitches to go. We're 19 minutes in. Have a good night, Anna. Okay, this is 3 minutes. I'm just going to go ahead and hit start and just do the same pink. It's that medium pink. And after the medium pink is going to be the white around this sign. And while it's stitching these long periods of stitching out, I'm just going to go ahead and tidy up ahead and put your white thread in next. I heard somebody walking around outside and Patrick left already. So then I started to get scared. Okay. And if you know me, I have a really vivid, wild imagination. I always think somebody's trying to get me. I watch way too much HLN. All right. Have you ever used the fabric tack down line to add the backing after it's all stitched out? Then it can be assembled, quilt as you go, with sashing strips on the back. I have never done that before, but that sounds absolutely amazing. So is that what you do, Deanna? And if you do that, I would love to see it. Use the fabric tack down line after it's stitched out. That would be great, because one of the things I don't like doing is I don't like adding the backing and stitching in the ditch to put it all together. That sounds great. So where do you find the sheet that reference the size of the hoop with the quilting? So I make that and I put it on our site. So if you go to our, I'll show you. Let me show you. I'll be your guide. Okay, right here. So I'm going to go into my Facebook. And then I was showing them before, if you go into our sew along group, so A1 Reno sew along group, and this is in our A1 vacuum and sewing page, and you go to that little magnifying glass, the little search, you can type in there, just type in spreadsheet. And then you can find all the spreadsheets that I've done before, and they're getting better. So I've done them, like, here's our spring showers, so here's our 2 scoops one. So you can go there and get the 2 scoops one. You can always email me too, and I'll send it to you. I think there's so many different spring showers because I kept adding stuff or changing stuff. So I would take whichever one is the most recent one. But there's one in here for Land of Liberty, and then Candy Corn Quilt Shop. I think that's when I started doing it, with the Candy Corn Quilt Shop. Oh, Lucky Us. That was the first one that I did. So when we do Cup of Chair, I'll do another one for Cup of Chair too. So that is how you find them. Deanna, I want you to like post, maybe when you're done, post to our because that sounds pretty great, right? Putting it together like that instead of having to stitch in the ditch afterwards. I gotta admit, sometimes it kind of sits there because I just don't feel like stitching in the ditch. I want to do the fun stuff. Okay, after you do the white, you're going to put in the light yellow, and that's going to stitch the headlight fill. Where did I put my thread? Okay, here it is. Now we're cooking. Oh, we got to do the truck, the cab. I know, I wish I could just give it to somebody and be like, hey, stitch in the ditch for me. Too bad Patrick doesn't do that. He'd probably do it, but he would do an absolutely horrible job. If you know Patrick, Patrick's a get it done kind of guy, but it's not always pretty. Seriously need to watch that. So do they sew their, I'm gonna have to watch. Maybe is there a good video you could recommend? So they're doing quilt as you go with the Kimberbell quilts, because that sounds fantastic to me. I'd much rather do that than stitch in the ditch. Not with Kimberbell, but with technique can be used. I'm gonna have to check that out, because that sounds fantastic. Oh, that's not bad. So we're at 29 minutes with 16 minutes of stitching to go. Okay, light yellow next. And then after the light yellow, we are going to turn our page to page 35, and we're going to stitch out the tail light fill, which they show in, looks almost like red. Is that what you have, ladies? Red? Let me grab a red. Red tail light. And then we're going to put in the silver. or the light gray, whatever you want to call it. And that's going to be a whole bunch of stitching too. And then we'll put in the tires. The thread for the tires, we'll put in our black. Oh, I'm glad I did those chocolate chips in brown. Looks cute. Okay, so I'm going to take out the red. I don't know what's out there, ladies, but it keeps making noises. I'm going to have to investigate while you're on the live feed. So if somebody's getting me, I can scream and call for help. And you ladies can let somebody know something is wrong. Okay, I'm going to go look around. Oh, wait. I got to stay around, stick around. This is only a little bit of stitching. 1 minute. Was I supposed to put in a different color? Oh no, this is the gray that goes on top of the white. And now we're going to do the running board and bumper fill. Okay, I'm going to hit start. And this is going to be 5 minutes of stitching. I'm going to go out on the floor and investigate. I'll be right back. Check and rethread the upper. Ladies, I'm safe. So I think it's just the wind. The wind's blowing the front door. It's making noises, and the boys at the bike shop are outside breaking down boxes and making a bunch of noise. All right, I'm going to go back a couple of stitches because let's see if I can find where it was supposed to start. There we go. So let me hit +1. I'll start right here. I know you were worried, but I'm safe. So I'm at 31 minutes. I'm going to keep my black thread out. I'm going to put the other stuff away. All right. Now we are going to stitch some more gray, I think. The next one is the hubcap fill. So I'm going to go ahead and just hit start. But I don't know. That's going to be gray on gray. I think I'm going to do dark gray. Or let me do some other gray. Don't you think? That's going to be boring. I'm going to do this darker gray, but not quite as dark as the black I'm going to do for the tires. Ooh, but look how pretty that is. I always think it's so neat the way they can just, you know, turn the stitches a different direction to make it look like it's textured. I think that's really neat. Okay, so I'm going to do a dark gray for the hubcap fill. This isn't in the thread kit. This is as wild and crazy as I get. And then I'm going to put the black in to do the tires. So we're 36 minutes in. Oh, I think that's cute. That's so cute. That's exactly what it needed. And now I'm going to do the tires and the music note. And since it's a lot of black, I am going to just put in that black bobbin again. Because you might as well. And I know it's not thin stitching, but the music notes are. So let's just put it in now. Okay, so we're going to do the tires, the music note fill, and then we are finito. I'm going to call my family, see where they are. Oh, thank you so much, Crafters Retreat. That's good to hear. So, you know, we've never done a retreat. Like, we will do events every once in a while. I don't even know how I would host a retreat. Like, where we just get together and all go sew. I would love to. That would be so amazing. We'll probably do an event sometime maybe in the fall. We'll get, you know, like an educator and do a fun event with them. And so you should just, we do a live feed every Friday morning at 9:30 on, not every morning, but Tuesday through Friday. And that's usually where we kind of announce things that are going on. And then the other thing is we can always put you on our email list, and our marketing gal puts out a note. She does a recap every Sunday to let you know what's happening in the store. And you can always go on our website, or you can watch the live feeds too. You don't have to watch them live. You can watch them like later on, which a lot of people do. So we have lots of ways that we like to keep in touch. So if your Altair sounds like a choo-choo train, okay, I've never had anyone tell me that their Altair sounds like a choo-choo train. So, but if you want to give us a call tomorrow morning, we're usually here about between 9 and 9:15. Maybe I can help troubleshoot with you. So just call the store. The number is 775-852-2323. That's 775-852-2323. And maybe we can troubleshoot, but I would start by just taking out all your thread, upper, bobbin, take out your bobbin case, clean everything out, rethread, just start with a needle down, needle up. 9 out of 10 times, just that will clear the machine. You know, you could give us a call and I could go through and maybe try and figure out what's happening with your machine. Choo-choo train doesn't sound right. We're actually Pacific time. So, because we're only 3 hours away from San Francisco. So, not Mountain, but Pacific. Call me, ladies. Just call me. But call me Pacific time. So, I'm looking at my tires thinking that... Whoop, okay, so that's not stitching first of all. But I'm looking at that thinking, whoops, you can't see. This would have been a good time to use a topper because you can kind of see some of that pink through there. I could get off my butt and go get some, but I don't think I'm going to because nobody's going to look really closely. But if I was at home in my sewing room where I know where the topper was, I would go and get it. Just because I see some of that pink peeking through over on this side. Oh, ladies, we're close. I'm at 41 minutes out of 45 minutes. So we're just going to do the tires, and then it looks like some music notes, and we are done. And then I can go and get some ice cream, some pistachio ice cream, and maybe a banana split on top of that. absolutely, you can get the kits from us. I gotta tell you, not to toot my own horn, but I just did the kit for the June project, and it was so stinking cute. I'm gonna get it. Let me get it, and I'll show it to you. Okay, so I totally was not excited to do June's project because when I saw it was collage, I was like, how am I going to come up with all the colors to use to make it look gorgeous? And then I thought, I'm going to use K Facet fabric. So this is ours. And isn't it so pretty? I just love it. I love the way it came out. So I just, the kit has grunge in it, and then it's going to have Cape Facet fabric. So it looks like this. So you're going to get your 2 towels, and then the fabric is already prepped for you, and it's already grouped. So this is going to be, this is for June. I'm doing the class this Saturday. So the only issue is, would I be able to get it to you on time? But I do a video too. So this has already been recorded. I already did a video, and then you can do the live class. So I always do a video, and then I always do a live class. And then our next thing that we're gonna do, I'm doing a best of Kimberbell. So we're doing Flamingo Beauties. So this is Flamingo Beauties. And I kitted that out too. And so this is gonna be on, I think June 22nd is the class. But of course I'll do a video, which I haven't done yet, just because I haven't had time. But I'll do the video for this, and then we'll do a live class on June 22nd. So, and this one is $25, and it includes the design and the kit, but you do have to pay for shipping too. So yeah, absolutely. You are welcome to come and get the kits from us. And yeah, we'd be happy for you to join us for whatever you want to join us with or for. Okay, I'm going to stitch out the music notes. So if you go onto our website, I think this is on there, and you could just, type in June. Just type in June, and then this will be on there. And then, whatever else you want. If you want to do the Flamingo kit, you can just type in, I think it's called Flamingo Beauties, and that's on there too. I know, isn't the flamingos are so cute? I've had so many people ask about that. So we've done every Kimberbell club they've had since, because it started, I think, 2017. So I'm just going to do, when we can squeeze it in, we're just going to do a best of. And we're just going to start bringing back some of those patterns, and it'll be fun. So all those ones that you've seen that you haven't been able to get, you're going to get. Of each flamingo. Yep. So this is the chenille one. This is the one with the petal pull, but it's not going to have petal pulls in there. Your kit is going to have, it's going to have a ribbon flower, but the petal, for it, I'd have to charge you, if you really want this, then I can charge you extra and just put in the petal pull kit, but the petal pulls are $20 for the pack. So what you'll have in there is you're going to have a ribbon flower, and I put 2 different ones in there. So there'll be a hot pink one, and then there'll be a light pink, depending on what mood you're in. And then, so that's the flamingo. And then this one is going to have the buttons, and you're just like hot glue those down. And so you'll have all the stuff that you need for that. How do you get the file? So when you say get the file, which file do you want? Are you talking about for this? Because if you want the files for this, when you buy the design and the file, it all comes together. So it's $25 for the kit and the design. So, and I'll send it to you. Yeah, so just let me know, Shirley, what format are you? Are you, what machine do you have? Are you PES, VIP, JEF? So, Deanna, if you go on, I don't think let me see if I can write a comment in there. You're just going to go onto our website, and I think it might be on our promotions page. It is so stinking cute. Okay, I'm going to go onto our YouTube right now. And I am going to put, you're going to go onto A1 back and sew.net is our website. And so for the flamingo pillow, Flamingo Beauties. So you can just type in Flamingo Beauties and you'll be able to find the flamingo pillow. And then if you want the June tea towel, I would just type in June tea towel and it should come up. I'm just writing random things in there. It's I hope that makes sense. Oh, cup of cheer. Yes, we are doing cup of cheer and it's going to be a sew along. If you haven't gotten your stuff, we always do our pre-order at 20% off. So, but if you've already gotten it already, then you can just join us for the sew-alongs. We'll start that as soon as we get everything. Once it starts coming in, I usually do it 2 weeks after so I can get everyone's stuff shipped to them and everyone can be prepped. So, yeah, just go on there. Ladies, we are done. So I know that went a little bit long. Your homework is going to be that last one, and I'll do a video, I'll post a video for ice cream sandwiches. So, I'll post a video for that, and I'll post a video putting everything together. And then I always do my bench pillows on the serger, and I make cording. So I'll post a video showing you how to do that as well if you have a serger. It just makes it look so cute. Let me grab a pillow. I'm gonna show you what I mean. So here is, let me show you this. Move everything out of the way. This is Main Street Celebration. And so, whoops. So sorry about that. Let me tighten this up. Okay. So when I do my pillows, I always make cording. And I'll do it on the serger. And then I always do a scrappy back. So I just take all my scraps that are left over and I just sew them all together randomly. And that way I don't have leftover fabric left from every single kit. And I do this for my quilts and for all my pillows too. Do you like my finish work? How I just leave all my threads. And this one's upside down. I should go ahead and put that right side up. But when I finish mine, I'll film it all and I'll show you how I do all of that. But it's really fun. All you need is a baby lock serger and a cording foot. And actually you could do that on any serger that you have a cording foot. So any questions, ladies? Because I think we are done for the night. Let me read here. So where are we? I see you have cup of cheer. We will do a sew along. June tea towel. I will buy now. Also haven't gotten it. I'll get it now. Perfect. You can get it because I ordered, I think, 55 fabric kits. A Jensen. I don't know what a Jensen is. Oh, a Janome? So just in your notes, there's a spot where you can put notes. Just put what format you need your design sent in. And I don't know what nanometers is. Should I know what that is? The ice cream block is so cute, Janome. The $20 is, okay, the $20 for this does not include the design because the tea towels alone were, I think, $15 and then all the stuff that we prepped for you. So the $20 is just going to include the kit if you want the design, I think you can, there's a drop down so you can buy the design too. And tomorrow morning is the first day I can send out those designs because it's June 1st. So at 7 a.m., whoever's purchased the designs, I will submit your information to Kimberbell and they will send it to you directly. So yeah, $10 for the design and $20 for the kit. But it is cute. I mean, look at that. I was dreading the collage part and I absolutely loved it. It was super fun. All right. You traded your Triumph serger for a brother? Embroidery only still. Oh, you know what? Yeah. You should have kept the Triumph too. We do so many Friends serger classes. I love my Triumph, but the Stellar is amazing too, so I totally get it. Audrey, have a great evening. Oh, June is sewing okay, I will change that right now. I don't know why it's showing sold out, but let me fix that. And hang on, let me go on there and fix it. I will go ahead and fix that right now. So check in a little bit, and if it's not fixed tonight, I might have to have the our marketing gal fix that, but I will get that taken care of for you, Shirley. Ladies, have a great night. Thanks so much. I should be showing you this and not that other project. Thanks so much for joining me, and I will be doing some more filming. It probably will happen throughout the week, and have a great night. I will see you.